The Whispering Forest, A Sleep Story, Part 1. The edge of the trees, the last light of the afternoon, was the color of warm honey when Elara finally stepped off the gravel path and onto the soft carpet of moss that marked the beginning of Thornwood Forest. She had been walking for nearly an hour from the small village behind her, a cluster of stone cottages, a bakery that always smelled of cardamom, and a post office that doubled as the local library. And now, at last, she stood at the threshold of the trees. She paused there for a moment, adjusting the worn canvas straps of her backpack and breathing in deeply. The air changed almost immediately at the forest's edge. It became cooler, layered with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, and something else entirely. Something ancient and green and impossibly alive. It was the kind of air that slowed you down without you even noticing, the kind that made your shoulders drop and your jaw unclench, and your thoughts lose their sharp, jagged edges. Elara had visited Thornwood many times before. She knew its trails the way you know the layout of a house you grew up in, not by consulting maps, but by some quiet interior compass that simply knew. She knew where the path forked near the old stone wall covered in soft gray lichen. She knew which turn led to the meadow where wildflowers bloomed in colors so vivid they almost seemed painted. She knew the hollow oak near the northern ridge where, as a child, she had convinced herself a family of foxes lived and had left crusts of bread at the base of the trunk every Sunday morning for an entire summer. But tonight felt different. The forest felt expectant somehow. Awake in a way that was different from its ordinary aliveness, as if it had been waiting. She stepped in beneath the canopy. The trees closed around her gently. They were tall here, ancient beeches and oaks whose trunks were wider than she could embrace, their bark silver gray and deeply grooved, patched with moss and soft with age. The lowest branches began high above her head, and through them, the last of the evening sky filtered down in fragments, small shifting pieces of amber and pale violet, scattered across the forest floor like stained glass. The path beneath her feet was soft and springy. Decades of fallen leaves had composted down into something that absorbed sound almost entirely. Her footsteps were nearly silent. There was only the occasional soft crack of a twig, the whisper of her jacket brushing against a low fern, and above and around her always, the low and constant breathing of the forest itself. She walked slowly, the way you walk when you have nowhere particular to be. Her hands brushed the tops of ferns as she passed. A spider had built an elaborate web between two saplings just at the edge of the path, and the evening dew had collected on every strand, so that the whole construction shimmered like a net made of tiny stars. She stopped to look at it for a long moment, watching the way the light caught each water droplet, each one a tiny, perfect sphere holding a miniature reflection of the sky. The forest was full of small sounds. Somewhere above her, a robin was singing its evening song, that liquid, falling melody that always sounded to her like something being gently poured. A wood pigeon called from deeper in the trees, its five-note phrase unhurried and round. Now and then, a leaf drifted down from the canopy in a slow, tilting spiral, landing without ceremony on the path ahead. Elara breathed. She had come to the forest this evening for no particular reason she could easily name. Only that the week behind her had been full of noise and obligation, and the peculiar tiredness that comes not from physical exertion, but from the effort of being continuously present in the world, answering, responding, deciding, performing the 10,000 small tasks of modern existence. She had needed to step out of all of it, to be somewhere that did not need anything from her. The forest never needed anything from her. It simply was, vast and patient and indifferent in the most comforting possible way. It had been here long before she was born and would be here long after, and in its presence, the urgency of everything else fell away as naturally as those drifting leaves. She followed the path as it curved gently to the left, and the trees shifted around her, the tall beeches giving way to a denser stand of younger oaks, their leaves still green and thick in the late summer warmth. The light dimmed fractionally. A soft gold gave way to a deeper, cooler green. She was moving into the older part of the forest now, the part that felt more interior, more itself. A stream appeared beside the path without announcement. She heard it before she saw it, that cheerful, constant murmur of water over stone. She stepped off the path and down the shallow bank to stand at its edge. The stream was perhaps 2 feet wide, clear and cold, running over smooth, pale pebbles and the occasional flat stone colonized by vivid green moss. She crouched down and trailed her fingers in the current. The water was startlingly cold, sharp and clean, and she held her hand in it until her fingers ached pleasantly, and the sensation pulled her entire attention into that one simple point of contact, cold water, moving fast, real. She sat back on her heels and watched the stream for a while. Water, she had always thought, was the most honest thing in the world. It always found the lowest point, always moved in the direction of least resistance, always adapted its shape to whatever contained it without complaint. It did not insist on being other than it was. Watching it move was like watching something that had solved, effortlessly, a problem that humans spent entire lifetimes struggling with. A small brown dipper landed on a stone midstream and bobbed up and down in its characteristic way, as if in perpetual cheerful agreement with something. It regarded her for a moment with a bright, intelligent eye, then plunged headfirst into the water, disappeared for a few seconds, and emerged 3 stones upstream, resuming its bobbing as if nothing unusual had occurred. She smiled. She stood, dried her hand on her jacket, and returned to the path. Part 2. Deeper in the path, climbed for a while, gently, almost imperceptibly, following the slow rise of the ground beneath the trees. The air cooled as she went higher. The light continued to thin, taking on a deeper blue quality, the blue of late evening, and the shadows beneath the trees lengthened and softened. All the individual colors of the forest, the gold of dying ferns, the bright acid green of new moss, the warm brown of bark, were beginning to blur together into a more unified, quieter palette. This was the hour Elara loved best in the forest. The hour when daylight declined so gradually and graciously that you could never quite say when day became something else. When the forest seemed to gather itself together, pulling in slightly, becoming more concentrated and interior, as the birds ceased their daytime activities and the creatures of the twilight began to stir. She became aware, as she walked, of a sound she had not noticed at first, or perhaps it had only just begun. A very low, very soft sound, somewhere between a hum and a rustle, that seemed to come from all around her at once. Not from any particular tree or bird or creature, but from the forest as a whole. As if the forest were sighing, or speaking very quietly to itself in a language made not of words, but of breath and movement, and the slow turning of seasons. She had heard this sound before. Not everyone could. You had to be still enough, inside and out, and you had to have been in the forest long enough for it to stop registering you as an intrusion and simply absorb you into its ongoing conversation. When that happened, when the forest stopped noticing you as a visitor and simply went on with its business around you, this was the sound it made, the whispering. She slowed her steps still further, letting each footfall settle silently into the soft earth, trying to make herself as unobtrusive as possible, listening. The whispering deepened as she walked, or perhaps it was simply that she was listening more carefully. The trees seemed to lean slightly toward each other overhead, their high branches interweaving in the dimming sky. The path narrowed. Ferns grew thick on both sides, brushing her legs as she passed, leaving the lightest damp traces on her trousers. And then she came to the heart. She had been here before, of course, many times, but it always surprised her nonetheless, because it was the sort of place that always seemed slightly unreal, slightly too beautiful to be simply here, available to anyone who walked this far. It was a clearing, perhaps 30 feet across, perfectly circular in a way that no human hand had shaped. The trees around it were the oldest she had ever seen, immense and gnarled and magnificent, their roots rising from the ground in vast curved arches before diving back down, their trunks too wide for 3 people standing side by side to embrace. Their bark was almost black in the evening light, deeply furrowed, patched with silver lichen and dark green moss. At the center of the clearing there was a spring. It welled up from the ground so quietly you might miss it. A slight disturbance in the earth. A gathering of water that formed a shallow pool no wider than a dining table, perfectly still and perfectly clear. The bottom of the pool was pale stone, smooth and flat, and through the water it appeared almost luminous, as if lit from beneath. Small ferns and mosses grew right to the edge of the water, dipping their fronds into it. A single white flower, she had never been able to identify it with certainty. It bloomed here and nowhere else in the forest, floated on the surface. Elara stood at the edge of the clearing and simply looked. The quality of light here was extraordinary. Even now, in the falling evening, the clearing held a luminosity that the rest of the forest did not. It came from the sky, visible in the circle of open air above the pool, where the first stars were beginning to appear pale and hesitant still, barely visible but there, and from the pale stone of the pool's floor, and from the lichen on the old trees, which had a faint phosphorescent quality in the dusk. The whole clearing seemed to glow very softly, from multiple sources at once, the way a room glows when there are many candles rather than one. She moved slowly to the edge of the pool and sat down on one of the great roots, which curved up from the ground in a natural seat shaped as if made for the purpose. The root was warm slightly, in a way she had noticed before and could never entirely explain. Not the warmth of recent sunlight, but something deeper. A warmth from within. She settled back against the trunk of the tree and drew her knees up slightly and let her hands rest in her lap, and she was still. The forest continued its low, constant whispering. Part 3. The Fox and the Fireflies. She had been sitting for perhaps 20 minutes when the fox appeared. It came from the trees on the far side of the clearing, stepping into the open ground with the particular unhurried precision that foxes have, each paw placed with absolute deliberateness. The brush of the tail carried at a low, elegant angle. It was a young adult, its coat a deep and vivid auburn that even in the low evening light was extraordinary, its chest and muzzle a pale cream, its eyes a bright amber that caught what little light remained and held it. The fox had not noticed her, or if it had decided she was not worth particular concern. It crossed the clearing at a diagonal, pausing once to sniff at the base of one of the great trees, and then approached the spring and drank. She could hear the delicate sound of lapping water from where she sat. The fox's ears rotated continuously, listening in all directions at once, checking the world automatically even in this moment of ordinary need. Elara watched, barely breathing. There was something about the presence of a wild animal, truly wild, genuinely other, living on its own terms entirely, that always stilled her in a particular way. It was different from the stillness of meditation or sleep or even deep relaxation. It was an alert stillness, a focused quiet, the stillness of a held breath and a fully present attention. As if the animal's reality, so immediate and so different from her own, briefly organized her scattered human awareness into a single coherent point. The fox lifted its head from the water, water droplets scattered from its muzzle like tiny sparks, and looked directly at her. The amber eyes held hers for a long moment. There was no fear in them, and no particular curiosity, and no performance of any kind. There was only the direct, level regard of one creature acknowledging the presence of another. Then the fox looked away, checked the rest of the clearing with the same unhurried sweep of attention, and slipped back into the trees on the far side without sound. Elara let out her breath slowly. She looked up. The stars had properly arrived now, or at least some of them, the brightest ones, those that did not need full darkness to make themselves known. Above the clearing, the circle of sky was deep indigo at the edges and a slightly lighter blue at the center, and across it the stars were arranged in their ancient patterns, indifferent and beautiful and impossibly far away. She found the two pointer stars of the plow, traced the line to Polaris, anchored herself in that oldest of navigational certainties. There it is always, due north, unmoved while everything else wheeled. Below the stars, something else was beginning. It started at the edges of the clearing, a single light, very small and soft, appearing and disappearing in the ferns to her left. Then another, slightly higher up. Then three at once, in different places, their little lights pulsing in a slow, irregular rhythm, each one an instant of cold green gold that lasted perhaps a second before going out, only to appear again a few feet away. Fireflies. She had seen them here before, but never in such numbers as began to appear now. Within a few minutes, the entire periphery of the clearing was alive with them, dozens then more. Their lights winking on and off in the undergrowth, and among the lower branches of the great trees filling the clearing, with a slow drifting constellation at ground level that mirrored in its quiet way the stars above. She had read once that fireflies produced their light through a chemical reaction so efficient that it generated almost no heat, that nearly all of the energy went into light alone, nothing wasted. She thought about that now, watching them. This extraordinary biological economy, this precision. Each little light a perfectly optimized signal, a message in a language she could not read but whose beauty she could not mistake. The whispering of the forest had settled into something even quieter now, a sub-bass murmur just at the edge of hearing, regular as breathing. The spring caught the moving lights and made small, shifting reflections on its surface. The white flower turned slowly on an invisible current. Elara leaned her head back against the warm bark of the ancient tree. Her eyes grew heavy. Part 4. The sound of rain coming. She did not sleep. Not quite. She drifted instead into that comfortable borderland between waking and sleeping, where thoughts lose their linear quality and become more associative, more like music, one leading gently into another with a logic that is felt rather than reasoned. Images moved through her mind slowly without urgency. The fox's amber eyes, the dipper plunging headfirst into the stream, the spider's dew-jeweled web, her mother's hands in a garden long ago turning soil. At some point she became aware of a new sound in the forest. It was far away at first, a shifting, sighing sound moving through the canopy, as if something large and soft were passing through the treetops. The leaves above her stirred and quieted and stirred again. The air changed, a slight drop in temperature, a new quality of freshness, something mineral and clean. She knew the smell. Rain was coming. She opened her eyes and looked up through the canopy. The stars were disappearing, one by one, covered by cloud moving in from the west. The darkness above was becoming more uniform, the patches of visible sky shrinking. But the forest was not dark. The fireflies were still moving through the clearing, and the pool still held its faint luminosity, and her eyes had adapted so thoroughly to the dimness that she could see clearly enough. She was not afraid. She was, in fact, deeply content. There was a particular kind of pleasure, she had always thought, in being warm and sheltered while rain came, in the anticipation of the sound and smell of it, in the contrast between the coming wetness and your own dryness and comfort. She pulled her jacket more closely around her and settled more firmly against the tree root, and she waited. The wind moved through the forest in slow, rolling waves. She could hear it before it arrived. A low rushing sound that grew gradually until it reached her and passed through the clearing, bending the tops of the ferns, setting the reflections in the pool shivering, then moving on ahead of her into the deeper forest. Between gusts, the silence was profound. The first drops of rain arrived with almost no announcement, just a sudden darkening of the patch of sky above the clearing, and then the sound of rain in the high canopy like a crowd applauding from a great distance. And then the drops finding their way down through the layers of leaves to reach the clearing floor, arriving on the surface of the pool, in small, careful circles that spread and intersected and spread again. Elara was sheltered by the vast canopy of the tree she sat against. The rain reached her only in small, scattered drops, a coolness on her cheek, a dampness on the back of her hand. All around her the forest became rain. The sound of it was everywhere, layers upon layers, the high pattering in the canopy, the lower. more irregular dripping from branch to leaf to ground the steady, quiet rush in the undergrowth. And under all of it, still the stream now audible again above the sound of the rain. The fireflies disappeared into the undergrowth. The pool was alive with rain circles. The single white flower was still there at its center, unmoved. She thought about rain the way you think about things when you are half asleep. Not analytically, but with a kind of dreaming appreciation, touching the edges of the idea without trying to define it. Rain as return, water completing its long loop from ocean to cloud to earth to stream to river to sea and back again. Rain as patience, all that distance traveled, all that waiting in cloud to fall at last here, in this exact place, in this exact moment, onto this exact pool and these exact ferns and the back of this exact hand. She held her hand out and felt a drop land on her wrist, cold and instantaneous and impossibly specific. Hi, she thought. Long Journey, Part 5. The old tree speaks the rain settled into a steady, gentle rhythm. Not a storm, there was no thunder, no lightning, no wind anymore. Just the rain itself, patient and thorough, doing what rain does. The forest accepted it the way it accepted everything with the absolute composure of something that has seen 10,000 rains and knows. With a certainty no human can quite access that this rain too will pass, and the sun will return, and the cycle will continue as it has always continued. Elara found herself thinking about the tree she was leaning against. She had been here dozens of times, but had never properly thought about the age of this tree. How old was it? She placed her hand flat against the bark beside her. It was deeply ridged, the furrows running vertically in long, irregular lines, the surfaces between them slightly mossy, slightly soft. The bark was cool and slightly damp where the rain had reached it, warm and dry in the sheltered hollows. She pressed her palm against it and felt the tree's solidity, a solidity so total and so unhurried that it felt more like encountering a fact of geology than touching a living thing. Hundreds of years at least, perhaps more. Long enough to have stood here when none of the world she knew existed. Long enough to have seen the forest change around it. Other trees rising and falling, animals coming and going, the slow creep of seasons measured in thousands of turns. Long enough that human history, with all its noise and urgency, had played out entirely within the span of its life like a brief and rather theatrical interlude. The thought was not diminishing. It was, unexpectedly, comforting. She had always found comfort in deep time, in the perspective it offered, the way it quietly reorganized everything's relative importance. Her anxieties, held up against 400 years of this tree, did not disappear exactly, but they became proportional. They took their proper size. Small and temporary and manageable. The tree did not speak, of course. Trees do not speak, not in the way that requires language. But under her hand she felt, or imagined she felt, which is perhaps the same thing, a very faint vibration, just at the threshold of perception, low and steady and immensely old. Not a sound exactly, a resonance, as if the tree's rootedness extended in some direction that was not merely physical, down through the soil and up through the heartwood, and out through every branch and leaf, all the way to the tips of the topmost twigs that were now catching rain in the dark above her. She thought of all the roots beneath her, spreading unseen through the forest floor in every direction. She had learned that the root systems of old forest trees like this one extended outward, far beyond the reach of the crown. That beneath the clearing and beneath the paths and beneath the undergrowth in every direction, the roots of these ancient trees were intertwined and connected, touching and tangled, sharing resources in ways that scientists were only beginning to understand. Carbon and water and signals of some kind, moving through networks of fungus that threaded the soil, connecting the trees to each other and to everything that grew between them. The forest, it turned out, was not a collection of individual organisms, but something more like a single organism, distributed and interconnected, whispering to itself through underground channels in a conversation so slow and so quiet that it had taken humans until very recently to even suspect it was happening. This thought filled her with a particular kind of quiet joy. Not excitement, she was too close to sleep for excitement, but the warm, still satisfaction of something being confirmed that you had always suspected. She had always felt in old forests that she was inside something, not merely beside or among it. Now she knew why. She was inside a body. The rain continued its gentle percussion. The pool rippled. The stream murmured beneath it all. The roots spread in every direction below her in the dark, talking. Part 6. The deer sleep moved closer. She was aware of it the way you are aware of someone approaching across a large room. First a peripheral impression, then a growing sense of proximity, then their presence right beside you, warm and patient, not demanding that she come with it, only making itself available, easy, near. She let her eyes close. In the dark behind her eyelids, the sounds of the forest continued clearly. The rain, the stream, the low susurrus of the wind moving through the high canopy in slow, heavy waves. The smells were rich and layered. Wet earth, pine, the particular green scent of rain on moss, something floral from somewhere distant and sweet. A twig cracked. Not loud, gentle, accidental, the sound of a foot placed with care but not quite carefully enough. She opened her eyes. At the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the dimness, a roe deer stood and looked at her. It was a doe, small and fine-boned and exquisitely built, her coat the warm reddish-brown of summer, her large ears fanned forward, her eyes impossibly large and dark and soft. She was entirely still. One foreleg was raised, caught mid-step at the moment the twig had broken, and she held that position with a stillness that seemed to suspend time around it. Elara was very still. The doe regarded her for a long moment with those enormous dark eyes that seemed to contain something other than sight, something older and quieter, some apprehension of the world that had nothing to do with thought. Then she lowered her raised foot slowly, so slowly, and stood square on the ground and continued looking. She was barely 10 feet away. The rain fell on the leaves above them both. The pool continued its quiet shivering. Somewhere behind the trees, the stream murmured on, indifferent to this moment or any other. And in the small space between woman and deer, something delicate and impossible was briefly held. Elara barely breathed. The doe took one step forward, unhurried, then another. She lowered her head to the pool and drank. Her reflection appeared in the troubled surface, fractured, multiplied, reassembled with each ripple into a new configuration. She drank for a long time. Then she raised her head, looked at Elara once more with those dark, fathomless eyes, and walked calmly back into the trees. Gone, as if she had never been. Elara sat very still for a long time afterward, not wanting to disturb whatever the moment had left behind. The pool stilled gradually. The rain continued, softer now, its urgency diminishing. The clearing felt held, tended, as if the great old trees around it were cupping it gently in their roots. She felt the approach of sleep again, nearer now. Part 7. The path between waking and dreaming. The rain had nearly stopped. What remained of it was barely rain at all, more of a mist, a suspension of fine droplets in the air that you felt on your face as a coolness rather than wetness, a freshness rather than rain. The sky above the clearing was lightening very slightly in the west, the clouds thinning and separating, and through the gaps the stars reappeared one by one, brighter now against the washed darkness, brilliant and steady. The fireflies had returned. They moved through the clearing at their unhurried pace, their cold lights appearing and vanishing among the ferns, over the surface of the pool, in the low branches of the great trees. More of them now than before, perhaps 20 or 30, their lights scattered through the clearing like the fallen embers of some gentle, patient fire. Elara was almost asleep. She was aware of herself sitting against the tree root, aware of the warmth at her back, the coolness at her face, the soft sounds of the forest. But her awareness was stretched thin and translucent, the way consciousness becomes just before sleep takes it, present, but barely, like the last of the light in the western sky. Still there, still itself, but about to become something else. Images moved through her mind without her direction or effort. The deer's dark eyes, the fox's amber ones, the dipping bird, the spider's web, the white flower on the pool, her own reflection in the stream this afternoon, broken and remade by the current. She thought, if thinking was even the right word for what happened in this floating state, about what it meant to be here, in this specific, unrepeatable moment, in this specific, unrepeatable place. The universe was very large and very old and had been continuing for a very long time. And in all of that time and all of that space, the particular arrangement of atoms and energy and history that had resulted in her sitting here against this tree, in this rain-washed clearing with these fireflies. This had happened only once, was happening only now, and would never happen again. Not in 10,000 years, not in 10 million. This thought, which might have seemed melancholy, felt instead like a gift. The absolute uniqueness of this moment. The impossibility of it, and yet here it was, undeniable. The forest did not care about its own beauty or its own improbability. The fireflies did not know they were astonishing. The deer did not know she had been magnificent. They were all simply here, doing what they did as they had always done, as they would continue to do. She was the only one, perhaps, who knew to be grateful. She was grateful. The thought settled into her like warmth spreading through a cold room. Gratitude without object and without occasion. Just the clean, simple fact of it filling the space behind her ribs. Her breathing slowed. The forest whispered. Part 8. The long dreaming when sleep finally came, it came as the forest had come, gradually, enveloping without a definitive beginning. One moment she was watching the fireflies. The next, the fireflies were something else. Light points in a different landscape, stars perhaps, or reflections in dark water, or both at once. Because in this new place the usual rules of singularity did not apply. She was walking. The path beneath her feet was the soft path of the forest, but it extended further than she knew Thornwood to extend, forward and forward through trees that grew stranger and more wonderful with every turning of the path, their trunks luminous, their bark covered in patterns that were almost but not quite writing, their roots curving up from the earth in arches tall enough to walk beneath. The canopy above was so high it was invisible. The light came from everywhere and nowhere, a sourceless blue-green twilight that seemed to be generated by the air itself. She was not alone. This she knew without seeing anyone, a sense of presence, warm and unhurried, that accompanied her on the path. Not the fox, not the deer, not any single creature she could name, but something that partook of all of them. A companion of the forest, or perhaps the forest itself, made briefly walkable, briefly present beside her in a form that did not frighten. The path led toward water. She could hear it before she saw it, not the cheerful rushing of a stream, but something larger, slower, deeper. She came out from the trees onto the bank of a river wider than any she knew in the waking world, dark and smooth and very slow, its surface holding the blue-green twilight in one long, unbroken mirror. The far bank was invisible in the dimness. The river might have been a sea. She sat on the bank. The companion sat beside her, and though she did not look at it directly, she felt it there, a quiet, patient, neither demanding nor retreating. The river moved so slowly it was almost still. On its surface, leaves drifted past, each one distinct and unhurried, each one going the same direction, drawn by the same invisible current. She watched the leaves. There were oak leaves, maple, beech, ash, the leaves of the forest behind her, carried here from somewhere upstream, making their unhurried journey to wherever the river went. Each one was slightly different from the others, different sizes, different shades of autumn, different degrees of curl and crisp and softness. Each one was a particular leaf that had grown on a particular branch of a particular tree and had fallen at a particular moment and had traveled to this exact point by a particular series of currents. She watched them pass for a long time. The river murmured. The blue-green light shifted very slowly, as if lit by a very slow sun. Now and then, a fish rose to the surface and left a ring of rings, concentric and precise, expanding outward until they reached the bank and settled into nothing. She was not waiting for anything. She did not need to be anywhere. There was only the river and the leaves and the warmth of the companion beside her and the sourceless light, and her own breathing, slow and regular, measured against the slow breathing of the river. She leaned back. The ground beneath her was soft as it had been in the clearing, soft and warm. Moss that was almost not moss. Earth that was almost not earth. The most comfortable surface she had ever rested on. She stretched out fully her arms at her sides. Her face turned up to the blue-green twilight, and she let every muscle release one by one from her feet to her ankles, to her calves, to her thighs, her hips, her back, her shoulders, her arms, her hands, her neck, her jaw, her eyes. The river moved. The leaves drifted. The companion remained. Part 9. Deeper still, the dream deepened without transition, as deep dreams do. She was not anywhere anymore that had a name or a shape she could describe. She was somewhere interior, somewhere that was made of the accumulated quiet of all the quiet places she had ever been. The forest floor of Thornwood, the back of her grandmother's garden on a Sunday afternoon, a particular stone bench in a particular walled garden in a city she had visited once and never returned to, where wisteria grew over the walls, and the sound of the city was reduced to a distant suggestion. The corner of a library in her childhood where she had spent entire winter Saturdays, the radiator warm at her back, a book open in her lap, the snow falling outside the high windows. All of these places were here somehow. Not one after another, but all at once. The way a chord is not one note, but all of them together, each distinguishable but inseparable from the whole. She was in all of them and in none of them, and she was comfortable in each. The forest was the deepest note of the chord. Around her, or within her, the distinction had become unimportant. The forest continued. Not the specific, particular Thornwood Forest with its exact trees and its exact stream and its exact pool, but forest in its essence, the forest that all forests are expressions of, old and patient and breathing, full of slow purpose and quiet beauty and the kind of communication that needs no language. She moved through it at the speed of thought, which was very slow. She was aware of the roots. This, more than anything, was the constant sensation of this deepest part of the dream, the awareness of being held by something that extended far below, in every direction vast and interconnected and alive, doing its slow and ancient work entirely without her assistance, or understanding needing nothing from her, sustaining her anyway. The roots of the world, she floated on them. Nothing needed to happen, nothing needed to change. There was only this, the forest breathing, the roots spreading, the river running somewhere below it all, the stars turning above it all, and she at the center of it, held. Her breathing was barely perceptible, long and slow and deep, each exhale releasing some small residue of tension that she had not even known she was carrying until it was gone, and she felt lighter. And then the next exhale released something else, and she felt lighter again. Layer by layer, like leaves falling, like the river's leaves drifting past. She was not thinking. She was not trying to do anything. She was only here in this deep, dark, warm place held. Part 10. The return. The forest was still dark when consciousness began its slow, unremarkable return. It came the same way sleep had arrived, gradually, without a definitive moment of beginning. First, a vague awareness of weight, her own body, specific and physical, its familiar contours and pressures, the warmth of the tree root at her back, the coolness of the night air at her face, the smell of rain and earth and moss, then sound, the stream still running, the last of the rain, or perhaps the dripping of rain from leaves into the undergrowth, a slow, irregular percussion. An owl somewhere in the deep forest, its call low and searching and unhurried. Far away, so far it was barely sound at all. The first tentative notes of what would become, in a few hours, the dawn chorus, a single bird, somewhere in the east, testing the darkness. She opened her eyes. The clearing was still. The fireflies had gone. The pool was calm, its surface holding the sky, and the sky she saw had changed. The clouds had moved on entirely, and above the clearing, the stars burned with the particular intensity they have in the small hours of the morning, when the air has been washed clean by rain, and the night is at its deepest, and the galaxy shows itself in full. The Milky Way was visible as a faint brushstroke across the sky's center. That ancient road of light that humans had watched for as long as there had been humans to watch. She looked up at it and felt the familiar vertigo of galactic scale, the sense of the earth tilting beneath her, of being briefly aware of standing on the surface of a sphere, suspended in an immensity that had no edges and no center, and no need for either. She let the vertigo move through her without resistance, felt it peak and subside, and was left in its wake with a clean, spacious feeling, as if her own interior had temporarily expanded to match what she was looking at. She moved carefully, testing each limb. She was stiff, as she had known she would be, her back and her shoulders carrying the particular ache of an hour or more in one position. She stretched slowly, arms above her head, turning side to side, feeling each vertebra realign, the familiar small crackings and adjustments of a body returning to full use. She stood unsteady for a moment, then finding her footing on the forest floor. The clearing was very beautiful. She stood in it for a moment longer, not wanting to leave without properly seeing it. The great old trees around her, their bark silver in the starlight. The pool, still and clear, holding the Milky Way on its surface. The moss, the ferns, the intricate undergrowth, all rinsed and darkened by the rain, each surface carrying small beads of water that caught the starlight and scattered it. She thought of the deer. She thought of the fox. She thought of the fireflies and the spider's web and the dipper in the stream, and the rain coming and the rain going and the stars returning. She thought of the roots spreading in every direction below her feet, talking in their slow underground language, sharing what they had. Thank you, she thought, to no one in particular and to everything at once. Part 11. The walk back, the path back was different from the path in. It was the same path, of course, the same soft earth, the same ferns, the same ancient beeches giving way to younger oaks near the forest's edge. But the walking was different. She was different. She moved through the forest, now not as a visitor moving through a landscape, but as something that had been briefly absorbed and was now gently returned. The way an ocean returns what it has briefly submerged. The same object, but rinsed and clarified. Her steps were quiet and unhurried. She was in no rush. The night was warm and clear, and the forest around her was full of its small continuous sounds, the stream accompanying her for a while on the left before curving away. The occasional low call of the owl still working the darkness, the endless quiet conversation of leaves in a wind, so slight it barely registered. The trees thinned. Ahead, the forest's edge appeared, a brightening in the darkness, the sky visible above the tree line, more open and slightly less dark than the forest interior. She could see the gravel path beginning again where the moss ended, and beyond it, distantly, the lights of the village, warm yellow points in the darkness, reassuring and ordinary. She paused at the edge of the trees. She turned and looked back into the forest. In the darkness, she could see nothing particular, only the layered darkness of trees, one behind another, receding into depths she could not see. But she knew what was there: the stream, the pool, the clearing with its great old trees, the roots spreading below everything, patient and connected. The deer somewhere in the dark, the fox, the fireflies sleeping now in the undergrowth, their lights extinguished until tomorrow night. All of it going on without her as it had gone on before she arrived, as it would go on after. She smiled. She stepped out of the trees and onto the gravel path, and her footsteps were suddenly audible again, crunching softly on the stones. And the air opened around her, and the sky expanded overhead, and the stars came fully into view above the flat open ground between the forest and the village. She walked home slowly. The village was quiet at this hour, its streets empty, its lights warm in windows behind drawn curtains. The bakery was dark. The post office was dark. The stone cottages stood silent and solid, their gardens smelling of rain on roses and the last sweet peas of summer. A cat watched her from a wall as she passed, its eyes reflecting the starlight. She walked through the quiet streets and thought of nothing in particular, only feeling the pleasant tiredness in her legs and the deeper rest behind her eyes and the clean, settled quality of the evening, the whole beautiful, specific, unrepeatable evening, settling into the part of her that kept things, that added them to the long accumulation of moments she had truly inhabited. The forest would be there tomorrow, and the day after, and long after she was gone. This was not a sad thought. Part 12. Coming home, her cottage was at the end of the lane, small and stone-walled, its garden gone to seed in the good wild way of gardens that are loved but not fussed over. She lifted the latch on the gate and walked the path between beds of lavender and rosemary, their scents released by the evening rain into something heady and warm. Inside, she moved without turning on the lights. She knew the rooms by feel and by the light that came through the windows, the street lamps amber through the front room curtains, the moonlight finding its way through the kitchen window, the pure dark of the hallway. She filled a glass of water at the kitchen tap and stood drinking it in the moonlight, the water tasting of the night and the walk and the rain. She thought of the stream, its cold clarity. She thought of the deer drinking from the pool. As she set down the glass, she moved through the quiet house. The bedroom was cool and dark, and she drew back the covers and lay down and felt the immediate enfolding comfort of the familiar, her pillow, her blanket, her own particular arrangement of comfort that she had built and rebuilt across years. Outside the window, through the thin curtains, she could see the stars. She stretched out fully, mirroring the stretch she had done in the dream on the bank of the slow river. Feet, ankles, calves, thighs, hips, back, shoulders, arms, hands, neck, face. each part releasing in turn, settling into the mattress, becoming still. The forest was behind her closed eyes. Not a memory exactly, more than a memory. A presence. The warmth of the tree root, the sound of the stream, the pool still and clear. The fireflies moving their slow lights through the dark. The deer's eyes, the fox's eyes. The roots below everything spreading and connecting, the slow underground conversation. The owl calling, the rain, the stars she breathed, in and out. The forest breathed in and out, the same breath. The stream runs on. The old trees stand. The roots spread in every direction in the dark below, patient and connected, holding everything up, talking in their language of touch and chemical signal and slow-moving time. The fireflies dream in the undergrowth, their lights out until tomorrow. The deer sleeps standing in the deep forest, her ears still slowly turning, listening to a world that is, for now, entirely safe. The pool is still. The white flower turns on a current too small to name. Sleep now. You are held. The end.